Hello and good morning. Welcome to the third and final day of the Unite Global Summit 2022. I hope everyone is feeling energized and looking forward to this final day, especially after the special evening that we had last night, really highlighting and showcasing the unique Portuguese culture. And so today we will cover overarching themes on what is preventing equitable health access and reaching universal health coverage, especially with vulnerable populations. And so this first session is hosted in partnership with UHC 2030. And it will aim to answer today, and the other sessions today will aim to answer what role will the SDGs play in realizing the health aspects of the SDG agenda? How will issues like drug policy intertwine with health outcomes? And what policies can ensure that the poorest and most vulnerable populations are not left behind? It is my pleasure to hand over to our moderator for today's session, Realizing the Right to Health for All Through Universal Health Coverage, the Honorable Daniel Molokele, Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Very good. Morning, everyone. Morning. Welcome to the third day of the Global Summit. I hope you have learned a lot so far. It's been such an eye-opener for me since it's my first time. My name is Daniel Molokele. I'm a human rights lawyer practicing in Zimbabwe, but I'm also a parliamentarian, a member of parliament in one of the constituencies in Zimbabwe. I'm also an active member on the Portfolio Committee for Health in Zimbabwe. And in my other life, I used to be a civil society leader across Africa on public health advocacy. So this is one of my areas of specialization in terms of public health. So thank you so much for joining this session, the first one for today, day 3, where we are focusing on universal health coverage in partnership with UHC 2030. The session for this morning, which will run from 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., is focusing on realizing the right to health for all through universal health coverage. To start with, we'll start with a short video presentation, and then we'll go to the presentations from our invited presenters. Thank you so much. Let's watch the video first.
This is Nina and her family. It is a very precious moment for them. They have had a long journey to get here, all together, healthy and happy. When she was pregnant, Nina's mother had a difficult and complicated pregnancy, but Nina's father was able to rush her to the clinic just in time when she had dangerously high blood pressure. Nina's older brother was diagnosed as HIV positive. Her grandfather had a stroke last year, and Nina's grandmother is finally being treated for tuberculosis after months of painful coughing. Like many other families, Nina's family also has had to deal with a lot of illness. They are very fortunate though. There is a health clinic a short distance from where they live, and they can access skilled healthcare providers and services that they can afford. In the country where Nina lives, people voted for country leaders who are committed to achieving universal health coverage by 2030. Through a progressive system, wealthier people contribute more money, and the government is able to provide an essential, affordable package of health services to all people, leaving no one behind, regardless of income, health condition, background, or where they live. So what looks like a simple meal is really a very special occasion for Nina's family. They had a long road to recovery, but never had to choose between getting healthy and putting healthy food on the table. And this sets them apart from many people around the world who can't afford or don't have access to essential quality health services. Every family, everyone deserves universal health coverage. Let's work together towards good health and well-being for all.
Thank you so much for the video presentation. We will start by having...
The COVID-19 pandemic has reminded the world of the...
Okay, thank you so much for the video presentation. We'll start our session with opening remarks from Ms. Gabriela Cuevas-Peron. She's the co-chair of the UH 2030 Steering Committee, and she's also a former president of the Interparliamentary Union. Thank you so much. We'll hand over to you, Gabriela.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable, for this introduction and your kind moderation. I would like also to thank Unite for partnering with UHC 2030 because we have a lot in common. We want to make a significant change in the world to make universal health coverage a reality for all. Allow me to congratulate. I know that we have a lot of parliamentarians here from Portugal and Morocco, so congratulations very much for yesterday's results at the World Cup. I must say that it is my pleasure to join you today for this event of the Unite Global Summit on realizing the right to health for all through universal health coverage, hosted by UHC 2030, where I am one of the co-chairs of the steering committee. I used to be a parliamentarian for perhaps too many years, and I am sure that parliamentarians are the natural bridge between international commitments and national and local realities. You parliamentarians are the possibility of a real change to make health a reality from legislation, budget allocation, and practice. UHC is a global movement to build more resilient and equitable health systems for universal health coverage. We bring together decision makers and advocates to advance progress towards delivering health for all by mobilizing political commitment, promoting collective action for health systems, and demanding accountability. Here, parliamentarians play an immensely important role in our work and in achieving our goals. I mean, we made an amazing political declaration in 2019 at the United Nations, but if that is not translated into human rights legislation, into institutional design, and of course into budget, nothing is going to happen at the national level and of course at the community level. Over the past 2 days, you have been speaking about pandemics, infectious diseases, digital health, and the role of parliamentarians in health financing. In today's session, we'll speak about how health systems can deliver health for all people and how we can best prevent pandemics. Universal health coverage, in short, UHC, means that everyone, everywhere, can access the health services they need without facing financial hardship. When the 2030 Agenda was adopted in 2015, and the world leaders adopted the most ambitious health declaration in history with the 2019 UHC political declaration, we did not know that we will be facing a pandemic precisely in 2020. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed inequalities within and across countries, obstruct progress towards UHC, and gaps in emergency preparedness. However, we were not on track to achieve UHC before the pandemic, and now we are further away. The COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us how interconnected we are. It has highlighted the deep interlinkages between UHC and health security. Where health systems have been strong and people-focused, pandemic response has also been strong. Conversely, shortcomings in health systems have proven disastrous for people's access to service and overall ability for societies and economies to withstand the pandemic. With this, we mean that if we are able to design and strengthen health systems, the reality is that we are going to be better prepared against a pandemic or whatever emergency the world or a country or a community might face. Investment in health and ultimately healthier populations are also key to wider economic, social, and political benefits. When countries achieve UHC, the workforce is more productive, children can learn better, and poverty is reduced. We are absolutely sure that, yes, of course, all SDGs are absolutely important, and they are key determinants for people's well-being. But if we do not have access to health services, well, then it is going to be more difficult for all people to achieve other SDGs. If we do not have a health, if we are not enjoying a healthy life, it is going to be more difficult to have a good economic development. It is going to be more complicated to get a house or even to give the right food to children. During the pandemic, we saw that millions of families were struggling with the lockdowns, but at the same time, they needed to give food and quality time for their children because they were not even accessing any kind of school program. So there are a lot of challenges that we must learn from the pandemic. And the most important lesson is that stronger health systems are going to be the key to be better prepared for any kind of emergency or pandemic. For us, again, parliamentarians are absolutely important. We know that all of you can make a significant change at the national and international level. It has been said time and again over the past 2 days, and Ilona has phrased it very well. Let me add a few words on why we believe parliamentarians play such an important role to guarantee health for all in your country. First, in developing laws and legislation and ensuring an adequate budget for those laws to be implemented. You can prescribe an essential package of primary healthcare services. You can keep the right to health at the center of health policy and ensure that sufficient resources are allocated so that no one is left behind. Here, I believe that there is a very important agenda that we have to take care of, and it is that still at this 21st century, there are a lot of laws that are still discriminating. On one hand, there is still discrimination against women and girls. More than 2 billion women and girls are still facing discrimination by their own national law. I mean, it is not a cultural issue. It is not about religion. It is not about a lot of dots that we can mention. It is about that laws are not taking care of everyone. So that's challenge number one in terms of changing legislation. And the other issue is that there are many populations that are in vulnerable circumstances, and sometimes they are not visible from the very basic access to human rights stated in your constitutions or laws. I mean by this, refugees, immigrants, and a lot of people that are not having the proper right to get a birth registration. So then they are not going to have any kind of access to other services, and of course, including the access to health services. So legislation is the first, I believe, major step, and of course, allocating enough budget to make that legislation a reality and not only a package of good wishes. You also play a critical role in creating space for meaningful social participation, identifying and reaching groups of society that are at risk of being neglected, and delivering the right to health to all constituents. Again, you are the natural bridge between international commitments and national and local changes. If you are working closely to your constituencies, well, then you're going to be absolutely sure that health is a need, and perhaps the most urgent need that we need to deliver. Through development assistance and investments into global public goods, you also help strengthen health systems and deliver health for all through multilateral organizations and, of course, other partner countries. UHC is delivered through the national level. That's very important to say. Sometimes I don't understand why we believe that the national changes are going to come from the UN General Assembly or from a declaration or a new treaty. Internationally, the multilateral sphere can give us the roadmap where we would like to see the world for the coming years. But if we do not make that roadmap a way to make a transformative agenda at the national level, then nothing is going to happen, because at the national level, we know the challenges, which are the specific needs of our populations, sometimes which are the specific diseases. So we need to understand that you, as parliamentarians, have, on the one hand, the public, the persons, the people's representation. You are the best placed to understand what people are expecting, what they need, and of course, the global responsibility, because that's why you are here. So we need to have those key responsibilities at the same table, and we believe that UNITE and parliamentary networks are a key component to make that bridge. I want to highlight a great resource for members of parliament. We created a parliamentarian guide to achieving universal health coverage developed by UHC 2030. Because again, yes, we can have the clear roadmap. We have a joint perspective. We have the objectives. We know where we want to land, but we need the how to. We need the implementation processes in terms of knowledge, but of course, in terms of having those results and achieving it. This parliamentarian guide, it's a step-by-step guide designed to support parliamentarians in their effort to translate global commitments on UHC into concrete country action through 6 steps: lead, protect, legislate, advocate, invest, and collaborate. We are going to have a very good perspective on country case studies and a dialogue, of course, here, because UHC 2030 has a new partnership with Unite to foster greater engagement with members of parliament. We want to provide a platform for inputs and to consult MPs to develop country case studies. Let me take this opportunity to invite the panelists and those of you in the room who wish to share your story to get in touch so that we can develop a case about your country. We want to foster experience sharing between countries. And before I end these opening remarks, I would like to invite you, because on 12 December, we are celebrating, as every year, the UHC Day. This is a day, first, to raise awareness and to share information about how the world is doing in terms of UHC implementation. Again, we are, I believe, ending a pandemic, or at least getting used to that and preparing better. But we have to learn the lessons from the pandemic. And at the same time, we need to understand that health is not a privilege. Health is a human right for all. So you, members of parliaments, people representatives, you have to be in charge of that. And we want to collaborate with you to help you and to give you all the information and tools to change the world. So please use this parliamentarian guide, and please count on us. We are going to release a lot of information on 12 December. And please feel free to take a look to our website, to ask Leticia, who is there, and take the lead in your parliaments to give more visibility to UHC using this UHC Day, but of course having good results and innovative ideas all over the year. Back to you there in Lisbon. I will stay here, and thank you very much for partnering with us at UHC 2030. We count on you to change the world and give health services to all people everywhere. Thank you so much.
Honorable Gabriela Barron, thank you so much for the insightful remarks and powerful remarks. I really appreciate the fact that you actually did the open invitation to the parliamentarians on the 12th of December, Universal Health Coverage Day. We hope parliamentarians, not just here, but elsewhere across the world, will participate actively. Thank you so much also on emphasizing on the importance of health, especially in achieving our SDGs and also economic development. We appreciate. That having been said, we're going to have a very special session today, a bit unique, where we're going to have country case studies, and we have selected a few countries, and the panelists who are here are going to help us, take us through the case studies. Unfortunately, due to time limitations, we're going to give each panelist 5 minutes to do their presentation. And then after that, we'll allow for about 15 minutes for an interactive response to their presentation. So we will try our best to make sure that it's as highly interactive and shared experiences as much as possible. Our first case study will be presented by Honorable Marta Bravo Salinas. She's a Chilean MP, a kinesiologist, general practitioner, and politician of the Independent Democratic Union Party. Honorable, please, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, muy buenos días. Saludo.
Thank you. I greet all of you. I thank Unite for the possibility to represent my country, Chile, here. Now, in Chile, in general, the health policy is linked to national goals, and namely on the health matters, so that we can set priorities in health as a policy on which depend all other policies. This means that we should be able to see social determinants, economic determinants, and geographic determinants, because our country has plenty of geographic differences. But the most important is that we want to strengthen the health system and promote health and the prevention of diseases through curative medicine. Of course, curative medicine is important, but the health system is made up of two major areas. One is the National Health Fund, the other one is what we call the ISAPRES. So this means that 7% of the wages of people, of the citizens, goes to health, but for the fund and for the ISAPRES. And so we have several branches, A, B, C, D, and in A, or not all people that are working, but also those that do not work. That's why it's a public system. But the whole of the country has this free election system. So I decide where, or free choice. I decide where goes that part, that share of my wages. So I can even go to the private health system if I buy bonuses from the National Health Fund. So this possibility gives us major advantages. There are alternatives in choosing the public and private coverage. Now, in June 2022, in Chile, we launched a zero payment system. So those that are in branches C and D of the National Health Fund can without having to pay, can resort either to the emergency service, hospitals, and we have an idea what type of services are most used by the Chileans, and also by gender. It's mainly women 25 to 39 years old. Now this Ecopago, this payment, or payment zero, is it's one step towards the universal coverage that we want to implement. But it is important to stress that parliamentarians did not have the possibility in this case to create this policy. This policy was a government bill. We have two chambers, senators and MPs, but those that actually decided this system, Ecopago Zero, was the government, the president that is currently in office. And it will benefit thousands of Chileans. It's 21 billion pesos that the state will have to pay to cover these demands from the branches C and D in the health system, and to help. They will provide aid to the families. It is an advancement, but as I said, the public-private association in our country works very well. The public-private partnership, the main. I imagine, as in all other countries, we have waiting lists, long waiting lists, but that's also due to the lack of specialists. But as I said, this is a breakthrough and a step towards the universal system. Thank you.
Much gracias. I almost said merci, gracias. I would like to give an opportunity to all of you here who are here and even those virtually, if you've got any comments or feedback or follow-up questions to Honorable, and then we'll have about 10, 15 minutes discussion, and then we'll go to the next case study. Thank you so much. If you want to give feedback or comment, raise your hand. I'll take note of you. I note you there. Any other person? Okay, we'll start there.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, saludar a todos.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Well, I'd like to support my Chilean colleagues' position. We all agree that we need UHC. Having said this, Copago Zero is very good, but not everything is black and white. There's also some gray areas, and I'd like to add a few things that Copago Zero will be a toll on our public sector. And we highly value the coexistence of a public and private sector in health. But many of us parliamentarians think that this Copago Zero is or will severely overload our public health sector. And as parliamentarians, we want this mixed service with public and private sectors remains enforced, that it keeps existing. At the end of the day, the bottom line is that the state can provide good health to everyone. That's the bottom line.
Gracias. Thank you so much for your input and insights. Can we have more comments, more feedback? Oh, you can continue.
Una pregunta para la diputada.
I have a question for the parliamentarian. How did this come to be? How did this law come to be? Was there public consultation? Did you discuss it with civil society? No, this was a governmental decree. In Chile, you can have resolution projects, and you have legal projects, resolutions come from elements that are important to the population, and then it's up to a decision by the president. This was not a parliamentarian initiative. This was decided by the president, and it comes into force immediately. And it doesn't have to be approved by the parliament. No, it goes straight to the president. No, we have Copago Zero. But I told you we have 4 lines, A, B, C, and D. A is for people who cannot afford any type of payment, like our migrant people. Then we have civil servants, they're line B, and then C and D are the beneficiaries who pay according to their income. And they use the system in emergency rooms and when they need to be committed to hospital.
Last comments? I note you.
Sí, el sistema uruguayo es
In Uruguay, we have a similar system, and the initiative comes from the executive power, but it must be approved by the legislative power. In order to have universal, affordable health care, you can join both the public and private sectors. The challenge is to integrate these two systems. In my country, it's very difficult, and we're slowly getting to coordinate both services. Let me give you a very easy example. The public sector buys a tomograph for a certain province. After a while, the private sector buys another tomograph. And then we have a problem of human resources. But experts need to use, these are machines that need to be used by experts. We need to join these two services because the private sector, if the private sector can provide a service, the public sector can use its human resources. So we complement it. So the private sector will provide the hardware and the public sector will provide the manpower. And this is how we can reach true universal coverage. And that's what we mean by universal care. But if the co-payments are too high, then people can't resort to it. We must have low co-payments just to keep the doctors' offices afloat. We need to have a co-payment that helps moderate the access, but not limit the access. As for this public and private sector, I think you can analyze how this happened during the pandemic. Because people were hospitalized in either system regardless of the type of co-payment that they had to make. So this was a good joining of both sectors.
Thank you so much. I think we're running out of time. I'll have a comment from Honorable Ricardo and then back to you, and then we'll wrap this session, this part of the session. Okay.
Thank you. Muchas gracias por tu presentación. Es un ejemplo muy importante.
It's an important example of a country's or a government's ability to take decisive steps towards UHC. Something that came to mind after listening to you was that there would be a necessary increase in demand. If there's universal healthcare, then there will be more demand. And can the healthcare system keep up with the demand? And can the system maintain its quality? How did this work in practice? Well, I mentioned two things in my presentation. First of all, the two main services that were used were emergency and hospital stays. There was more access, but right now, because we don't have the manpower, people don't have immediate access. If people opt to use Copago Zero, we don't have more people working in the system. And that's why we need, in order to have universal coverage, we need more people, more manpower, in order to offer healthcare in good time, so people can go to emergency rooms and they can be hospitalized. But we need specialists. We need specialist doctors in order to have people have quick access to the service. Maybe I'm here in a gray area. There are surveys in my countries, and people are given the option to use the public or the private sectors. And our task, who work in the health sector, is to improve the public sector. Of course, there's a coexistence with the private sector, but we need to strengthen the public sector. The Chileans prefer maybe the private sector. When given the choice, they will prefer the private sector. Well, because the response times are shorter. If I may, the response times is something important, but there's also an impact on the private sector. If you want to resort to a specialist care in the private sector, it takes you 2 months to have a specialist appointment. And if you want to go to a neuropediatrician, it takes you 2 months to get an appointment. In the private sector and in the public sector, we don't even know. I won't talk about this. But the most important thing in the healthcare system service is to train people, to train the manpower, the human resources. We need quality. We need quality people, and that should be our focus. Unfortunately, in most countries, the human resources will gravitate towards the capital cities or the main cities. In Uruguay, for instance, we're a very small country, but there's a river that runs across it. It's called the Rio Negro, and it separates the north from the south. And 80% of human resources in the healthcare system are south of Rio Negro. And only 30% are north of this river. And if we go further north, you'll only find about 5% of human resources in health. So it's important to train, but it's also important as a country to have the capacity to spread out the people in an equitable way. Yes, you need to have the supply to meet the demand.
The case studies, I'll come back to you if there is time. Okay, I'll proceed to the case study from Tanzania. Honorable Nima Kichiki Lukagira is a member of parliament for Tanzania. She's going to give the presentation on the Tanzania case study.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to share with you a little bit of background on what Tanzania has been doing. In the last 2 years of parliament, a lot of members of parliament, including the public, including Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan, has been pushing for the UHC bill, Universal Health Coverage Bill, to come into parliament. And this is to complement and support the health insurance efforts of making sure that every citizen has health insurance, but also managing the health sector in a much better way. So I sit in the committee, Social and Community Development Committee, which has mandate over 4 ministries, including the Ministry of Health. Now, the interesting fact is the UHC bill was supposed to be tabled and deliberated on in Parliament this November. But as committee members, after having public hearings, because usually before the bill is tabled in Parliament, you have public hearings. So we had public hearings where we got comments and opinions from different stakeholders, but also ourselves as the committee, we also deliberated on the draft bill as a committee, and we had several discussions with the government, that is the Ministry of Health, in regarding to the issues raised by stakeholders that we felt that they're concrete issues, but also issues raised by ourselves as the parliamentary committee. And it was decided that the bill should be withdrawn and taken back to government for better, for improvements and consideration of the areas that were raised by the committee. Therefore, as a case study, we were hoping that by the time I'll be standing here, perhaps the bill would have been passed. But in a very interesting turn of events, we were able to make sure that the government takes back the bill and improves upon it before it can be tabled in Parliament. So I guess my kind of case study is now a bit shorter, but on the other hand, it shows the power that parliamentarians have, especially if parliamentarians are well capacitated and understand the different issues to the corners, because then we are able to advise the government better. It's not just about, yes, we all understand that the UHC bill is very important, but it's not just about passing the bill. It's also making sure that once it's passed, it will be implemented. Because the UHC bill is covering the entire population. And as citizens and as politicians, we understand that's politics. If you pass the bill and supposedly in implementation, the things that you didn't factor in, that's politics. It can hurt your political position in a country. So that's why as a parliamentary committee, and in fact the majority of the parliamentary committee comes from the ruling party, so that goes to show how much our president, Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan, has empowered parliamentarians from her party to be able to stand up, be firm, and advise the government accordingly with the best interest of the population, with the best interest of the citizens. Because perhaps in other settings, it's not a very common scenario to have ruling party parliamentarians push for the bill to be taken back to the government to be worked on further. So I guess I can end there, but this goes to show when you have political will, it's very important. And when a leadership capacitates and empowers parliamentarians not to act always just to be on the side of the party, but to be on the side of the people. So we were empowered as a committee. And even as committee members, we were empowered enough to also push our chair, our committee chair, because usually, I'm sure all parliaments are the same. When a bill is from your committee, you're supposed to own it. So you cannot be the one also standing in parliament going against it. So you're supposed to own it and lobby for that bill to be passed. But as a committee, we felt that we were not there yet. Hence, and then we really thank our speaker, Right Honorable Dr. Tulia Ackson, for endorsing us and supporting us and making the call that the bill should be taken back to government. And we have our next parliamentary session in February. So hopefully then, so we have a window now, but my special ask for UHC is I remember when we met in Berlin, I raised the issue of asking UHC, what support can you give us as parliamentarians who are in this process? And at the time, I was given links to different areas, like I was given links to different policy documents to read. But to be honest, when a parliamentarian asks you and tells you that we are in this situation, can you prepare for us a summary to show what have other countries in Africa done? Where did they fail? So that as Tanzania, we can leapfrog. I think UHC should be able to support us with such concrete comparative studies, but giving me several links to go read on my own, comprehend on my own, digest on my own, it's not relevant for me. That is why I asked for that support. And unfortunately, I feel that I did not get that concrete support, but now that the bill has been pushed forward, perhaps in the interim, we may be able to get the support. And I'm grateful to WHO, Elisa. We had a discussion about it to see how can we be better capacitated with these concrete arguments. Because one of the biggest questions is, how are we going to afford it? So it's good to know, how have other countries afforded it? How have they failed? Because, for example, Ghana is placed as a best practice country, but also some people say that Ghana did very well for the first 3 years and then didn't do well. So we need to learn from those concrete examples. And we need to compare ourselves with similar countries, you know, but to get that analysis, we need the help to be capacitated, because if as committee members we're not confident enough even to question the government, we are happy that we're able to put a pause on it, but to be able to concretely discuss, we need such comparative analysis. We need capacity building in knowing what's the best practice bill, what's missing in our bill, what should we comprehend and try and push for. So I'm grateful that I had a discussion with WHO and UHC to see how best we can leverage this period that we have until February, but also it's important to have peer-to-peer learnings. Peer-to-peer learnings are very important for parliamentarians. So when there is a session in place, or when we know there's a UHC bill coming in place, it's good for parliamentarians to get to learn. Like, for example, I heard Thailand has done very well in UHC. So perhaps to learn from Thailand, to learn from a country that hasn't done well, to learn from a country in Africa that has done well, and also to compare our kind of sizes of the country, the economy, etc. So at least now I feel with the support that we will hopefully be getting from WHO, hopefully in February, if it does get tabled, we'll be at a better place to have a concrete discussion. And I already had a discussion with our committee chair, the chair for the Social and Community Development Committee, and he welcomes the opportunity to collaborate with UNITE and WHO on this mission, so we'll be formalizing that request. So I think I can end there, but this goes to show the importance and the power of capacitating parliamentarians to be able to concretely argue and advise on our governments, because our president, Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan, had announced that the bill will be passed in November, publicly. So for us to be able to get a pause on it, it shows the power that parliamentarians have, but you need to have the right arguments to be able to get that justification for the government to also listen and agree with what you're proposing. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Honorable. We'll give about 10 minutes because of time. If there are any responses to the presentation, the case study from Tanzania, I will start at the back and then come to you, Ricardo, and come to you, and come to you.
Hi, thank you very much. I just wanted to make a little contribution because you mentioned Ghana, so it really touched my heart in the sense that one of the things I will advise that Tanzania should do is accountability, really ensure that there's a policy or a bill that shows how the accountability will be. Because you realize that so much will be taken for insurance, and then when the payment doesn't go to the insurance authority as expected, so the government will take, like, let's say 100, but just 20 is taken to the insurance, and nobody is really checking how much is going, and that is one of the things that increases co-payment and out-of-pocket payment. So accountability to the executive should be one of the things that you should really drive at, not just how we get the money to be able to implement the insurance, but how do we ensure that the money that we are taking, everything is going to the insurance and taking care of the people. Thank you.
Issues on accountability was also the fact that sometimes you have insurers who are also service providers. So it can also create a room for insurers to hike their bills because they're also service providers and just because they know government will pay. So the accountability is also on both sides, even when insurers are also health service providers.
Thank you. Sorry, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Nima, for a very interesting presentation. I just have a couple questions and a brief comment. First of all, just to understand, this universal health insurance, is it going to be a state-owned insurance, or is it working in partnership with the private sector insurance companies that will be provided? That's one question. The other, you mentioned something which I think is very important on how a country like your own can leapfrog and use this opportunity to avoid mistakes of others. Despite the challenges that you have faced, do you feel that this bill in any way is looking at that? And how do you feel your government is addressing that issue? And the comment I would say is that your request, in a way, for more support on detailed information on how your country can learn from others is also part of our mission as Unite. And I think, and I wanted to thank you for saying what you said, because it goes to show the importance when it comes to universal health coverage that we need to try to find means towards creating a policy hub focusing on this so that we can support parliamentarians from Unite. You know, we do not have all the resources in the world to go everywhere and to do everything. The kind of analysis that you said is very demanding, but in partnership with different partners, including UHC 2030, I'm sure we can find ways to provide more information that goes beyond, and I think what you said, it resonates very much with what I feel. We need more than just policy reports or documents. We need something that is very concrete and adapted to our own cultural reality of our own country. And I think that's what I got from your intervention. And it's something that I feel is very universal to most parliaments around the world. And so I wanted to thank you for this. Thank you.
Thank you. So to add on, the Universal Health Insurance Bill is both. Actually, it will be a lot of private sector also involved. That is why I mentioned the issue of sometimes private sector insurance companies are also health service providers. So there's a need for that accountability and checks and balance in the reporting of what they're insuring. But the other issue is in terms of the government taking learnings from other countries. Certainly they have done that whilst they were developing the bill. But that's the government. Now, when it comes to parliamentarians, we also need to have our own analysis, our own comparison, so that we can see if there's an alignment or there's a misalignment with what the government is proposing. And for us as parliamentarians, we're looking at it to ensure that this is going to be like a life-changing bill. So it's important for it to succeed. It may not succeed fully at the beginning, like what we've seen in most other countries, but there shouldn't be detrimental negative impacts that can hurt us politically as well. Because for us, this is also big politics for us as politicians. So we have to look at making sure that there is that alignment, hence the importance of the learning. I understand that up until now, perhaps even UHC had not done such detailed comparative studies, but I think as the hub of UHC, they need to do it. Yeah.
Thank you. Say, we are running out of time. Brief.
Sí, un poco complementando lo que decía Ricardo.
So, in line with what Ricardo said, I think that it's important to cooperate in order to improve the realities in our countries. I think that parliamentarians should be well aware of the health systems and so be able to follow the government decisions. The governments decide on the policies, on the health policies, and we legislate. So what the feeling I have is that there should be social dialogue between the government, the parliamentarians, and the civil societies, with the help of the WHO, of course, about what system is most suitable and not to make mistakes that have been made by others. So this complementarity between private and public sectors is very important, but with very clear rules, because funding in general is public funding. So through Social Security, that would be ideal. Therefore, I think that organizations specialized in this subject should be very helpful. And again, these initiatives should not it should be the government to design the policies together with the parliamentarians, and a lot has to do with these legislative aspects. But again, I would like to stress this.
Just to quickly comment on that, the way in which in Tanzania it works, the government has a process of drafting the bill, and the government does its own consultations with all the different stakeholders. They'll consult private sector, they'll consult CSOs, they'll do their entire process, have the draft bill, it will go through the cabinet, etc., until government is ready, it brings it into parliament. When it comes into parliament, before being tabled in the parliament, it will be tabled in the committee responsible, which is our committee. And then we, as the parliamentary committee, also have our own consultations, calling civil society, calling private sector, and any other organization. And then we have deliberations with the government, that is the ministry. So it is through that deliberation of us as parliamentarians, we felt that there are some issues we raised that the ministry did not fully convince us on. So we still had a lot of questions. So it's because of those questions that we had, that's why we did our best to make sure we also get our speaker on board to ask that it should not be tabled in parliament until the government through the ministry takes into account some of the issues we raised. So at least on that note, I think as parliamentarians, we did a good job to achieve that. So now hopefully it will be tabled in February, but before it's tabled, the government through the ministry, they will share the revised draft. And then we will check again if issues that we raised are there or if we can reach a consensus.
Thank you.
Thank you for the floor. It was just to reinforce the message that the case of Tanzania and what Honorable Nima just mentioned, it's somehow valid for all the UNITE network, in the sense that I wanted to reinforce what I mentioned yesterday, that one of the core activities that we will have with national parliaments is the technical assistance, not only in the area of UHC, but all the areas, priority areas that we identified with UNITE. This is a work we do that we need to improve through our country office that have this role, but we as WHO headquarters also, we can facilitate that process. So somehow the technical assistance that we discussed for Tanzania is something that can be, is an example that can be shared with others, so it's an open offer. I'd like to highlight the role of UNITE there, because I think the added value of a network like UNITE is to create that kind of work on analysis and comparison that this kind of community can facilitate. UHC 2030 has initiated this work on the case studies, and it's really somehow core activities for UNITE, I would say, to be able to shape, to help, to facilitate dissemination of these case studies so that it's not just a bilateral activity between WHO, technical assistance, and a specific national parliament, but it's somehow an exchange exercise. And we have the opportunity of the work plan that we are going to develop with UNITE. So I would say it's the moment to identify this need by specific members of UNITE and see how we can already prioritize those in the 2023-2024 work plan. Of course, within the capacity of UNITE, within the opportunity for technical assistance by WHO in collaboration, of course, with UHC 2030. That's just my comment. Thank you.
To conclude, thank you very much, WHO, for reinforcing that support. And I believe that the situation of Tanzania is unique in the sense that ideally this bill should have already passed. it was not tabled. So I think it can also be a good case study for what other countries can do in such similar situations.
Okay. One last comment from Honorable Labode.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to underscore one of the issues the honorable member from Tanzania raised, of saying it's good to learn from other countries. Zimbabwe is not part of the UHC country studies, but we are in the process of developing a national health insurance. And in retrospect, the Committee on Health, because we know that the ministry is about to bring a bill to Parliament for a national health insurance, we undertook a study visit, a benchmarking visit to Tanzania because of the works we had had. So a committee of 6 MPs with a committee clerk, a researcher, and somebody from the Ministry of Health visited Tanzania. And then we heard that the best practice actually in Rwanda. So we have another team, a separate team, that is going to Rwanda in January. Then we shall compile and compare these two cases and see where the successes and where the weaknesses are. So it really, really helps for you to not to read, like she said, somebody referred to 220 pages of things which are on the computer or on YouTube. Rather to sit and hear from the people who actually experience it, to say, don't go this way, go this way. If you go here, you meet a roadblock, that sort of thing. It really works. So really, benchmarking and study visits are crucial, especially within the region, because to come from Zimbabwe to Tanzania is very cheap. 2-3 days, you are back home. It's not like coming to Europe. So it does help a lot, actually. I think we should adopt that system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable. Can I be allowed to proceed to the next?
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and we'll keep you posted on the development of the UHC in Tanzania. Thank you.
Asante, Sante, Honorable Nima from Tanzania. Thank you for the case study. We are going to do the last case study. We're going to do the last case study, which is focusing on Zambia. We've got Honorable Given Katuta from Zambia, who's going to do the presentation. 5 minutes, Honorable.
Thank you so much. Since it's just 5 minutes, I won't take much of your time. And thank you so much, Unite, for this opportunity you've given to Zambia, and for allowing me just to talk quickly on UHC and how our government and as a nation, how we're doing. I must say we are trying to do a good job. However, there's been some hiccups after the new government transferred the NIMA, what we call it NIMA, National Health Insurance Management Authority, from Ministry of Health and placed it under Ministry of Labor. So allow me quickly just to talk about what we are doing. So far, it seems to be working out more for those who are in urban and peri-urban. But for those who are in rural areas, it doesn't seem to be working out because of the income that the majority have in these rural areas. So I think in order to succeed, like I've heard from the previous speaker, in order to succeed and to cover all the Zambians, to be able to access quality health service, starting from the primary health care, which Zambia is trying to focus on, I think there we have to do more. Regarding the policy, before we enacted the bill, I remember very well that it brought a lot of controversies in the nation, and some unions, of course, objected. I think it was done in a hurry, but the then government managed to convince the parliament, and also as members of parliament, we saw that it was befitting, and especially that then I was the IPU advisory chairperson, advisory group on health. So I understood very well the importance of UHC. So we are looking at by 2030 as a nation, we're looking at seeing to that all the Zambians are well covered. I just want also quickly to talk about the challenges. The challenges that we have is that by using the National Health Insurance Management Authority, which seems to only be working out to those who are in some form of employment, this has created a gap for those who do not have some kind of employment. As a result, you see that those, like I mentioned earlier, who are in the urban and those who are in peri-urban, they are able to access even private hospitals. But for others, it's becoming very difficult to access proper health care. I just want quickly to also to bring it to the attention of UNITE that's in 2017, when we implemented UHC. Then in 2018, we passed it as the bill was passed in Parliament. I was still a member of Parliament then. So looking at the Zambian side, we are on the right path. However, we are looking forward to other stakeholders to come through in order for us to spread our wings to the rural areas. I think, having said that, that's what I wanted to say about the UHC in Zambia and looking at the third case that we have. Thank you so much.
Zikomo kwambiri, Zambia. Thank you so much, Honorable Katuta. We're going to have about 5 to 10 minutes, just if there are any responses to the presentation, and then we'll wrap up the session. I see you, Honorable from Ghana.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the panelists for their interesting presentations. I just want to make a suggestion for the African region. For UNITE and also the WHO, is it possible to organize side meetings for UNITE members to discuss with our governments, like African governments or their representatives, on the sidelines of the ECOWAS meeting, AU meeting, so that we can actually take them on some of the promises that they have made, and also for them to update us on what they are doing to bring UHC to the doorsteps of the people. I think if we can do that, it will help a long way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Any other comments? Not you.
Just as the only representative from the country that tragically has no real national conversation about how to guarantee health care to every single person, and instead has health insurance companies at the core of it, I would implore every one of my colleagues to continue to have these healthy debates about what the parameters should be, about how you build a system that guarantees health care to folks, but to please stay as far away from the private sector as you can. Because, and I know that my colleague was talking about the private sector earlier, and I would just implore everyone to remember that the private sector, the main issue in the United States is that healthcare is a commodified thing. It is true that the best healthcare is available in the United States. That is absolutely true, if you can afford it. But the reality is that the majority of Americans cannot, and instead organize their entire existence around how to find out how they can get the best insurance. And insurance in quotation marks, because having insurance does not guarantee you care. So I would implore for my colleagues around the world who are having these debates, these healthy debates, these necessary debates, to continue to have them, but to steer as far away from the private sector as you can, because the commodification of healthcare is exactly the way to make sure that your citizens and the people in your country do not get the care that they need and they deserve as human beings.
Thank you so much. Lessons learned from the United States. I see another hand there.
Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. Picking up on what our American friend just said, we've always seen this relation of health, public and private sectors with some distrust. Some of our hospitals are under private care. We wanted to have them under private care, but the hospitals refused. Let me give you an example. After the coup d'etat in 2009, we now have a debt. We didn't have enough hospitals to face up to the pandemic. And now we have a new government. We have a new president, Samara Castro. She announced the building of 6 new hospitals, and this will be a huge challenge because we want to provide coverage to all our citizens in Honduras. And as for legislative support, with the new National Congress in Honduras, we need more money for health. And this was the first step, our first win. We needed more money in order so we could solve the problem of health coverage, of physical, territorial coverage. And so I'd like you to take to heart what our friend from the WHO said. I think it's important and necessary to chart the specific needs we need to see how UNITE can provide technical assistance, and we need to meet the challenges we're faced with. I think that Central America has the greatest challenges, more so than the southern part of South America.
To end, I'll just take this opportunity to give the panelists each a moment to give their final remarks, starting with you, Honorable Katuta. Any key takeaway?
Thank you so much. I think the most important thing is that as members of parliament who speak on behalf of the voiceless, it's very important that we push our governments and we hold them accountable for fulfilling the UHC, because at the moment, like in Zambia, those who are benefiting from UHC are those who are just living in urban areas and peri-urban, and those who can afford. In the meantime, we are talking about universal health coverage. So we are failing to reach the majority of the population. So it's very important as members of parliament that we go back to the table and urge our governments to make sure that the least in the society is also benefiting.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Nima, any final comment?
Thank you very much. I would just like to reaffirm the importance of capacity building for parliamentarians. Okay, for me, I would like to reaffirm the importance of capacity building for parliamentarians, importance of peer-to-peer learning, and concrete examples, learnings from different countries, comparative, that can give our arguments justification when we're deliberating with government and different stakeholders. Thank you.
Honorable Salinas. There's no question. I just have to say one comment takeaway.
Sí, creo que, como mencionaba.
Sem microfone. No microphone. Just like our colleague from Honduras said, the WHO should support us in creating public health policies that unify. And as we're talking about UHC, it's important to find harmonized and unified criteria. Of course, there's differences between regions and countries, and these will subsist. But our population is getting older and older. And in Chile, you see that geriatrical experts cover a number of people and see a number of people, but we need to adjust our human resources, our manpower. We need more geriatric experts. And this is why I think the WHO, that has a powerful voice that is listened to by our governments, and I think this is our opportunity to ask the WHO to be active in this field and others as well. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Honorable. We'll have also some closing remarks. I know we've run out of time, but the opening remarks that we got were from Honorable Gabriela Byron. So she'll also give some concluding remarks to this session. So Honorable Byron, I hope you're online.
Yes, here am I. Thank you very much, and thank you all for sharing your country's experiences and your concerns. At UHC 2030, we know that they are very, very important. First of all, allow me to say concretely to Nina's concerns on the country cases. That is exactly what we are doing with UNITE. We are partnering with UNITE because parliamentarians need to be a very specific and concrete bridge to translate the international agreement into national legislation, budgets, policies, institutions, constituency engagement, etc. Of course, we know that each country has a different experience and different needs. And that's why we would like to continue working and building these case studies with you. So we can develop, for example, the case study of Ghana. And with this, the idea of the case studies is to allow us and UNITE to build a platform for exchanging and sharing experiences and to learn from that experience. Because even if you have the best legislation and the perfect constitution and a beautifully designed institution, the implementation process is also challenging. So if we are capable of sharing and learning from each other, it is be easier for all to achieve UHC. Then an issue that I would like to address. Here, a lot of you mentioned health and UHC as a burden or a cost. And I must say that first, not a cost. Let's be honest, it is an investment. Precisely the spirit of politics, nature of a democratic regime is to put people at the center of decisions. And if we are not which is the nature of the government. If we are not responsible enough to invest in our own people, in the persons that gave you the mandate to represent them at the parliament, then which is the purpose of that parliament? Which is the purpose of being a member of parliament? So I would like to recommend you very respectfully, but to take a look to the numbers. Especially in developing countries, if we start investing in primary health care, in preventive care, and in very specific diseases that are killing our populations, then it is not going to be a matter of money. It is going to be a matter of planning. Because, for example, if we are able to explain our populations that eating those amounts of sugar and fat, it is going to give them heart diseases, well, then you're going to be explaining about food and not paying a lot of healthcare on health diseases and heart diseases. So it is about taking the right choices. It is about planning, and most importantly, this is about responsibility, because you are there to represent the people. So again, health is not a cost. And if someone sees health as a cost, it's because they are not seeing the numbers from the planning and preventive side. And that's honestly a very big mistake, because that's exactly what is killing a lot of people every year. Then, you also talked about the health workforce. Yes, we need to improve and strengthen our health systems, starting for those people that are saving our lives. So that's a challenge worldwide that we can make a significant change at the national and community level. And finally, I already mentioned our Universal Health Coverage International Day. Please participate. I'm sure that you can make videos, tweets, social media, press conferences, perhaps something institutionally at the parliament, but please take the opportunity for UHC Day, and you can use our hashtag, which is precisely hashtag UHC Day. And next year is going to be very important, not only for UHC, but for all the health-related initiatives. Next year, there are going to be 3 high-level meetings at the United Nations, one on universal health coverage, another one on tuberculosis, and the third one on pandemic preparedness and response. And of course, the usual SDGs summit. So next year is going to be a very important moment to reflect and to question ourselves on where we are. What we have done until now to make health a reality for all, and which are the remaining challenges, and how are we going to solve them. So the best part of this is that you still have the time to ask your government to include you in their national delegations, because we want you to be part. We are absolutely sure that parliamentarians play a key role in calling for and ensuring ambitious, actionable commitments for government You're the ones that can make them accountable. So please help us, please be part of the next high-level meeting in September 2020, and hope to see you all soon. Thank you so much, and thank you, Unite, this meeting with us.
Thank you so much, Honorable Barron, for the closing remarks. We look forward to the continuing partnership between the parliamentarians and other key stakeholders, including UHC 2030, WHO, civil society, and our governments. Unite is being placed in a very key strategic role, and we pray and hope that God will grant you resources, capacity to make sure that you support the parliamentarians in achieving this agenda. We've been talking about realizing the right to health for all through universal health coverage. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much to Honorable Barron. I will hand over back to Victoria to wrap up.
Thank you. I echo your words. Thank you to our panelists, to the UHC 2030 for hosting this very engaging and thoughtful discussion. I think we all will look forward to receiving the country feedback through the knowledge sharing and collaboration that comes from this session. So now we will take a coffee break, and please be back here for the next session at 10:55. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to the Unite Global Summit 2022. It is my pleasure to now open the second panel session this morning. This session is organized in partnership with Unitaid, and we'll discuss the importance on investing in treatment and diagnostics as essential health tools. This session is titled Achieving the Global Health Targets Through Equitable Access to Health Innovation. I will now gladly introduce the moderator for this session, Honorable Jean-Francois Mbaye, former Member of Parliament from France. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, everybody. And, good morning, everybody. It's okay. It's good? Yeah, okay. I repeat again, and I apologize for my English is not so good. Thank you, Victoria. Hello, good morning, everybody. It's my real pleasure to be the moderator of this important panel and to be able to participate in our rich discussions since the beginning of our summit. My name is Jean-Francois Mbaye. I'm a professor of bioethics law, specialist in personal injury, but also a former member of the French Parliament involved in issues of global health and HIV. I think that the discussion we're going to have today is a very important discussion in a context where the world has just suffered a health crisis of great magnitude. The issue of global health must be at the heart of political concern, and I'm delighted to be the moderator alongside experts and parliamentarians committed to the issue. So because we don't have many times to introduce ourselves, it's my pleasure now to introduce the first speaker of the panel, Mr. Tenu Avafia, Deputy Executive Director of Unitaid. You're welcome, and I give you the floor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mbaye. Good morning, everyone from Unitaid. It is a great privilege and pleasure for us to be here and to be part of this important summit. I believe that this is the first in-person summit for a while, and we were just talking about, as much as we have appreciated the ability of technology to keep us connected, the intangible value of getting to meet in person and to have those discussions in a way that Zoom does not facilitate. So let me kick off by talking a little bit about Unitaid and what we do in the health ecosystem. I'm not sure if my slides are up or if you can see them, but perhaps while they're waiting to come up. Okay, wonderful. So innovation and access are a very vexing topic, and I think COVID-19 has really brought that to the forefront in the last 2.5 years. Most of us fully appreciate that we need the latest available health technologies to be able to make meaningful progress towards Agenda 2030 and the health-related goals. So innovation is a critical driver of health outcomes. We also appreciate the importance of large multilateral health organizations such as the Global Fund and PEPFAR that bring to scale in a large volume new medicines, diagnostics, vaccines, and tools for those with unmet health needs. But there's a middle part which often is not discussed, and that is really what Unitaid does. So Unitaid is the connector between when we have a new health technology that is produced either by the private sector or in some cases with funding from the public sector, a new vaccine or diagnostic or medicine, and making sure that the large health multilaterals that deliver on a big scale are able to do so efficiently and effectively. So we really focus in on, once a new health technology is available, making sure that we address all the bottlenecks along the value chain. It could be issues of access. We work very closely with WHO to make sure that new health technologies are speedily pre-qualified. We also, in some cases, create markets or help to shape markets for new products. We address barriers around pricing and also accessibility. So UNITAID is a global health partnership hosted by WHO. We're based in Geneva, and our role is really to accelerate what we call game-changing new health technologies. And our rallying cry, as it has been for the past several years, but I think now it's really been brought to the forefront, is the issue of equitable access. And we work on a broad range of tools for HIV, TB, malaria, as well as new tools for women and children's health, as well as what we call global health emergencies or pandemics. The colorful set of flags at the bottom of the slide represents the board members, which also includes communities, and I'm delighted to be joined today by Maureen, who is also a member of the UNITAID Executive Board, as well as NGOs, because we strongly believe in the power of partnerships. So I spoke a little bit earlier about how our work is to connect two areas where they don't often meet, innovation and also downstream access. And by doing that, we help to save time, we help to save money, and most importantly, we help to save lives. The latest information we have is that our efforts have helped to reach 100 million people who otherwise would not have had access to new health technologies. We estimate, the projections are that there will be cost savings through our efforts of between $5 to $6 billion by 2030. And importantly, we also help to bring down the time between when we have a best-in-class new product and when it is available to those with unmet health needs. And we help to accelerate HIV, TB, malaria responses by up to 3 years, and overall effectiveness of some 16% in the pandemic responses. So it's not a well-known fact, but UNITAID has helped to pave the way, address the bottlenecks, and to improve access to all the new HIV medicines in low and middle-income countries, the tests that are used to detect TB, as well as the medicines used to treat drug-resistant tuberculosis, the tools that are used to prevent malaria, including nets, and then importantly, the formulations that are often not economically viable but are really important to reach those populations furthest behind. And here I'm talking about pediatric formulations for tuberculosis, for HIV. We're also increasing our work and supporting the elimination of national cervical cancer elimination programs in countries. So a couple of practical examples, if I may, of the impact that we have had. When the new best-in-class antiretroviral dolutegravir became available, we helped to partner with the Global Fund and with PEPFAR, and we helped to drive procurement and distribution for this new product that traditionally would have taken up to 6 years from when it was available to make sure that it was available a lot quicker where it was needed. And also we helped to shape the price, to help to bring down the price. A product I'm talking about, the antiretroviral, is available in Europe and in North America for about $12,000 per patient per year. And thanks to our efforts and working closely with partners, we're able to bring this price down to $60 per patient per year. So let me speak very briefly about COVID-19, which has dominated many aspects of our professional and personal lives over the last few years. We were quite involved in the ACT Accelerator, which, as you know, was a coalition of many health partners. We led the work on therapeutics and also were very actively involved in diagnostic work. And importantly also, we helped countries to assess their needs around oxygen. I think oxygen has been a very interesting case study because we've always had a need for oxygen in our health systems. But COVID really brought that to the forefront. And the oxygen market was completely unregulated and had not been paid any attention. So the first thing we're able to do was to work with governments, some 97 governments. We provided technical assistance so that they could assess their oxygen needs. We also entered into negotiations with 2 of the largest global oxygen manufacturers, and were able to bring down the price of medical oxygen by 16%. On rapid diagnostic tests, we also helped to facilitate technology transfer from manufacturers in Korea, and were able to support the Institut Pasteur in Senegal to locally produce rapid diagnostic tests, which were also then shared with consumers in the West African market. So let's move on to the disruption of COVID-19, to the SDG goals, and then also to health-related targets more specifically. I think it's fair to say that COVID-19 and the response, including the direction of resources, has really set back progress that we had seen, those fragile gains we had seen in HIV, TB, and malaria. And for us, we think that it's very important, now that we're moving away from the acute phase of the COVID response to SDGs and health goals more broadly, to redouble our efforts to ensure that indeed no one is left behind. So let me speak very briefly about our new strategy. Some 6 months ago, our executive board adopted a new 5-year strategy. There's a lot of text on here, but what I really want to hone in on is the objectives. The 3 things that UNITAID wants to do over the next 5 years is to continue to accelerate the introduction and the adoption of new health products. Second, to make sure that we work on systemic conditions that address access, equitable access. And then third, and very importantly, and this is where the support of parliamentarians is critical, to foster demand-driven inclusive partnerships so that patients and people in low and middle-income countries help to set the health agenda. We'll continue to work on HIV, TB, malaria, as well as women and children's health and pandemic preparedness and response. We've also set ourselves the goal of bringing to market and accelerating access to 30 new health technologies. These will be best-in-class HIV treatments, TB treatments, malaria treatments, simpler, more easy-to-use tools for children and for women as well. And to deliver on this ambitious goal, we have set ourselves a target of $1.5 billion, which is what we need over the next 5 years to be able to deliver our strategy. Now, let me end again with a rallying call around the importance of partnerships, because a fully funded global health response requires a fully funded Global Fund, a fully funded WHO, a fully funded UNITAID and Gavi as well. Members of Parliament, as you know much better than I do, are key interlocutors in both program and donor countries to make sure that resource allocation for unmet health needs is prioritized. And we intend to strengthen our partnership with UNITE over the next few years, and we very much hope to be able to count on the support and the partnership of parliamentarians to advance this important health agenda. So I'll stop there with those few remarks and hand back to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. And thank you so much for this clear presentation. And before going to the next speaker, I want really to highlight the very important role that UNITAID plays and that we must support, especially in light of the initiatives that the organization has taken during the health crisis. So I really want to my dear colleague parliamentarian to support that organization because they're doing a lot of things and a lot of good things. Now, it's my pleasure to give the floor to Maureen Morenga, who is a board member of UNITAID and who is with us. I think that you were in the meeting, in a virtual meeting, but you were here in, like we say in French, en présentiel. So welcome, and I give the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who has joined us in this important meeting. And I'm looking at the theme of the meeting, and we are talking about equitable access to health innovation. And looking at the globe, we have come to a point where if we don't innovate, then everything becomes very expensive. It becomes really something of, that is achievable or accessible to a few people. So if we look at the HIV and TB and also malaria pandemics, it has evolved. We have come from a really different place, and looking at the response right now, science has brought to us a lot of things. When I was diagnosed with HIV like 20 years ago, it wasn't like you would know your status at that time. We went to the laboratories, we gave the samples, we waited for 2 weeks before we knew our status. So for me, like, I didn't believe the first time I was told I'm HIV positive, so I did it 5 times, and I was pregnant then. So you can imagine every time I had to wait 2 to 3 weeks to get the results, and then I don't believe it, and I go to a different place. So it really took a while. And again, during that time, there was no treatment. So unfortunately, I passed the infection to my child. And when I had my child, as a mother, I was very anxious to know, because majority of the children got HIV because there was no treatment for the mothers. So I was really anxious to know my child's status, but I couldn't. We didn't have diagnosis for children. So every time I went to hospital, I was told I had to wait until he's 9 months. And in these 9 months, we saw very many children die while they waited to be diagnosed. So, I mean, parents felt their children were infected, but they could do nothing because you cannot be given, there was no treatment for children and there was no diagnosis, so you just treated the symptoms until your child passed on. So at 9 months, when my child was diagnosed with HIV, we were there now waiting for death. You know, like you're sick off and on, you treat whatever sickness it is and wait for the next day. So every day was very precious for both of us. It was a very scary moment because HIV was also very stigmatized. And for me, I was like, if I died and left this child, then he would be very, very stigmatized. If the child died and left me, I would be very lonely. So it was really like a difficult place to be. So after a while, there was treatment available, but it was only for adults. We didn't have treatment for children. So again, I was being told, you can take this and live longer, because then treatment was supposed to make you live longer. So I used to be told, you can take this and live longer, but there's nothing for your child. It's not an easy place to be as a mother. So what we did, some of us, is we took our tablets and split them into 2 and administered to our children. We didn't know what the repercussions would be on their lungs and their liver, and also our hospitals were not equipped enough to tell you what would happen if you take medicine that is not yours. So we survived that. We just wanted to live and see the next day. But now, thanks to the technology and some of the Unitaid innovations, we were able to move from, it was a lot of medicine. There used to be a white one in the morning, another white one in the evening, and another one at lunchtime or at noon. So people would mix them up, like you really don't know which one you took and which one you did not take. It was really frustrating in terms of adherence. And there was this particular lady who would take all of it at 12 midday and say the ones for morning can work backwards and the ones for evening can accelerate. So challenges with taking the many tablets that looked alike but were different was really a struggle for many people in terms of adherence. And then here we come. We now have fixed dose combination, all of it combined into 1 tablet. So it's easy to administer, it's easy to adhere to. You take 1 tablet a day and you're fine. We now have pediatric formulations. Again, these are innovations from Unitaid. People are able to give medicine to their children without feeling that they are not doing the right thing. And then science has told us that we can get long-acting technologies. So now we are seeing medicine that would work longer in our bodies, and that would really, really be a game changer in terms of supporting adherence. Science has also told us that if every one of us accesses ARVs and we are virally suppressed, we won't be able to pass the virus. So we're actually walking towards the end of these epidemics. And that's why with the innovation, with the work UNITAID does to bring the prices down and to support generic manufacturing, helps a lot in ensuring that with little resources, we can procure medication for many more people than we would have if the medicine was more expensive. Prevention has also gone up. Previously, we only had condoms, male condoms, which women had no control over. But now we have the oral prevention medication for ARVs, where women who feel they are vulnerable can take and prevent from getting HIV. We also have long-acting ones. There's an injection for cabotegravir, and there's a dapivirine ring for women. And these are technologies that are really, really bringing us close or accelerating the time we will take to defeat these epidemics. We have shorter regimens for TB treatment. So we don't have, there used to be injection for 6 months or 8 months, depending on how severe your TB was. And imagine every day going for an injection. If you had multi-drug resistant TB, it will be 24 months of agony. We have now gotten shorter TB regimens. We have gotten TB preventive therapy. So I think the work of UNITAID is really catalytic. It helps other actors, such as our governments, Global Fund, and PEPFAR, to invest in tools and technologies that accelerate the end of this epidemic faster and give us better outcomes even faster. So like we have heard from TENU, that UNITAID is looking for at least 1.5 billion over the next 5 years. And I'm talking about at least because we want UNITAID to be as ambitious enough. As people living with the diseases, we want rapid diagnosis of TB. TB is still a bit difficult to diagnose. It's not that quick. Or even self-test for TB. We want better tools for malaria. Right now, there's resistance in Africa and other parts of Asia. So we want new tools and commodities to fight this resistance, because all we know is that these epidemics have no boundaries. And if we don't defeat them, they will come back, and it will be too expensive for us to respond to. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your committed message and your determined message that shows us that we need to take action, that will have a direct and concrete impact on the most vulnerable who need faster access to innovation. So that one of the message I want to give you, my colleague, we need action. After that message, we're going now and traveling, I think, to Nairobi, to Kenya, with the deputy, the MP of Kenya, Sabina Chege. I don't know if she's online.
Sir,
you hear
I'm
us?
online and
yeah, thank
yes,
you.
I hear you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. And well, I'm in between Kenya and Rome. I had another commitment, but I really had to attend this meeting. And first and foremost is to thank all of you for managing to get time. For us to have this very important deliberation, I want to take this opportunity to thank UNITAID for the good partnership we've had and a good relationship with Kenya for the last 15 years. And I would like to say that things are not the same. I was listening to Maureen, and she's from my country, and for her to share the experience on how it began for her being HIV positive, from the way the testing was and how things are now. I'd like to applaud UNITAID for the great partnership, the commitment that they have shown within the Kenyan government for that partnership. And we know in Kenya, HIV, TB, and malaria are among the leading the 10 most leading diseases or the killer diseases, but HIV mainly has been leading, with also the cardiovascular diseases. But since the unity or this partnership between UNITAD and Kenya, we've seen a lot of things happening. And I think we've heard from Maureen that we now have a very early introduction of diagnosis, especially with in fact, with HIV diagnosis. We have now the best access to ARVs for both adults and children. We have scaled up the issues of HIV self-testing. We have also rolled up the issues about TB and TB management and TB medicine, although Maureen has also raised the issue that we have not yet gotten there. And we're also happy on the local cooperation and especially on local production of malaria medicines, the Universal Corporation Limited. And also the issue of the spraying of mosquito, because mosquitoes are the ones that cause malaria. And in order to curb the issue of malaria, we have scaled up the effective residue spraying, piloting of new malaria vaccine, access to solutions for cervical cancer treatment. And also, we are very, very, very happy that we were able to partner together, especially when the pandemic hit all of us and we didn't know what to do. So with the issue of the COVID-19, the issue of tests, I know we have had several cooperations with KEMRI, and the issue of oxygen, medical oxygen, access to medical oxygen. And so I would say UNITAD has created great impact within our health sector. Kenya is at the verge of rolling out, and on the universal health coverage, where we're looking at accessibility, we are looking at also, the issue of us having enough drugs, affordability within our health sector, and of course, quick, because sometimes if you're not able to access to good health care quickly, then it might be time to be too late. And so for now, I'll say that UNITAD has helped Kenya to strengthen our health services, our health system, our research institutions, and also our manufacturing. And so Kenya is known to be an early adopter, especially in life-saving technologies. So as an MP, I'm very happy and committed to continue being the voice and to oversight the implementation of this partnership and also support the global policies. I'll also use my voice, not just as an MP, but also at my position. I'm also a part of the regional group for UNITAD, so as a regional chair for Eastern and Southern Africa chapter, I would fully advocate for the funds that come in, that we make sure that the funds are used well and utilized well for equitable access to innovation. And as you have said, with innovation, we can really go far within the health sector. I'm committed to raise the issues that might come out of this meeting today at the local or international forums, so that we have a lot of support for innovation in healthcare, so that we're able to reach our targets and we're able to help many of our people. I'll say with UNITAD, with HIV, malaria, TB, cervical cancer, hepatitis C, COVID-19, we have seen a great impact. And so we have seen the issue of better products that we are looking for. We're looking for better supporting care, reaching out to the most vulnerable. There are people who cannot be able to access to medical care. That's where I see this partnership can lead us to. And also so that we have drugs that are good products, that are faster to be accessed to, that are much more affordable, that our people can feel even if they are in the remotest part of our country, of our villages, they are able to access to good products and also affordable. So I thank you all for the opportunity to participate, and I'm very happy. I'm sorry I couldn't manage to come in. We are now new parliament on my third term, and so I'm fully committed, and I'll say next time I hope I can be able to join you physically as we deliberate more and see how we can be able to impact on our health sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us from Nairobi, and thank you for this very important message. Be sure that we're going to be support the positions that allow countries in the South to benefit in the event of exceptional crisis from the knowledge need to provide protection for their population. Now we're landing at Lisboa, and I'm going to give the floor to Ricardo in order to have a message of the role of parliamentarians in ensuring a fully funded agenda for equitable access to innovation.
Thank you, Jean-Francois, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you on this panel, along with esteemed colleagues here and also online. And I think this is a very important day for our summit as health as a human right, access health for all. The idea of universal health coverage is a critical factor for the success of all of the other strategic pillars of our actions in global health. The truth is the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted many of our responses over these last 2 years. We were already facing many challenges when it came to the Sustainable Development Goals, even before COVID hit. We weren't exactly on track, but we were very optimistic. But now with COVID-19, we have been pulled back, and the fight against tuberculosis, against HIV, against malaria and other diseases have truly taken a toll following this pandemic. And the truth is we are at the halfway point to 2030, and there is a lot of work to be done. And despite all of the political commitments and all of the words we've heard from parliaments and governments, these diseases remain a threat. But these disruptions, I would say, present to us an opportunity, or at least a narrow window of opportunity for us to rethink our approach to epidemics, to pandemics, but also to, as I said on day one of our summit, to even rethink our model of globalization. We are seeing parliaments around the world discussing now the importance of considering regional self-sufficiency when it comes to access. And this is a very important topic when dealing with health emergencies, being able to make sure that we are able to provide the health services and the protection to the people that we represent as parliamentarians, particularly when an unexpected emergency happens, in a way that we were not able to respond during the COVID-19 pandemic. And what I really like about the UNITAID model is that this attempt, and with very impactful outcomes over the years, to accelerate not only access to innovation, but sometimes, as we've seen with the Oxygen Alliance, the very essential needs, making sure that we are able to accelerate access to people, particularly in regions that in other conditions or in other situations would not have access. And I think this relates very closely to UNITE's mission, because we are talking about technological innovation. It is our role as parliamentarians to also discuss policy innovation. And it became very clear throughout the pandemic that we were lacking the policy needed, even on very basic logistical steps that needed to be taken into place when dealing with cross-border threats. And so policy needs to be a catalyzer, an enabler for innovation. And it has to be an enabler for access. And it is this kind of innovation, on one hand, on one side the technology, on the other side the policy, that we need to work together. And we have seen throughout the pandemic some tools being developed, like the ACT Accelerator that was mentioned here. We saw COVAX for vaccines. Of course, with their imperfections, they were built on the fly. But there is now a basic tool that has been developed, or basic tools that have been developed, and now we have the time to be able to build on that, but we cannot lose the momentum. We cannot just have created these mechanisms throughout a pandemic in a time of crisis and now think that we are safe and we do not need to continue to perfect, or else what will happen is when the next health emergency appears in our countries or at the global level, we will not be able to respond. And it is very important also, and I believe that the role of UNITAID is very important, to also distinguish what is innovation from simple novelty. And there is a lot of industry interest, sometimes trying to push certain technologies as being true innovation, but at the end of the day are not adding value to health systems. They're not bringing better health for the people. But the problem with novelty, and or the fake innovation, if I may say, is that it consumes tremendous resources from countries that don't have sometimes enough money to invest in health as a starting point. And so we need to invest, but we need also to invest wisely. And to invest wisely in health means investing in technologies and approaches that lead to better health outcomes, that lead to the well-being of the people. For too long, our health systems have been too focused on disease and to reacting to diseases. Now is the time for change. And we as parliamentarians have multiple roles when it comes to this acceleration of access. And, you know, we many times, we're sitting in parliaments, we're sitting in a parliament today, and we all work in beautiful palaces or buildings, but we tend to forget why we're here. And that's why I think that speeches from people like Maureen are so important to remind us that it is our first obligation to serve you and everyone you represent. As a doctor, my first obligation is to my patient. As a policymaker, as a parliamentarian, my first obligation is to the people of my country. And I think this applies to everyone here as representatives of our own countries. And we can do this in many ways. Policy, legislation, finding the right laws that can work, and UNITE can provide support for this, and we were discussing this in the previous panel when we were discussing universal health coverage, of how UNITE in partnership with WHO and all of our partners, we can provide to our members the tools needed then to transform this knowledge into concrete lawmaking. Budget allocation, we all approve budgets, we all debate budgets. It's an excruciating process, but a very important one. And we, through our actions, we can put money where it is needed, and we can influence the destination of our own nations precisely by making sure that money is going in the right direction. We also have a very important role of oversight, keeping governments accountable. I've been in Parliament as part of a majority and as part of a minority. And I have sometimes, even when part of a majority, had to call upon the minister because I didn't agree with him publicly. It's not an easy task. We all know what it means to go against our own party. But that's part of the job. That's part of our responsibility, because our first responsibility is not to our party, it's to the people that we serve. And making sure that we use science to base all of our positions and decisions so that it is very clear where we're coming from, and we are able to provide a consistent platform that everyone can understand. The role of advocacy, of engaging stakeholders. In our countries, we have this tremendous power, being at the interface between government and the people. We are the ones that can actually give a voice to those that do not have a voice. Civil society, patient advocates, those that are many times fighting for a better life, but many times do not have a voice that can be heard. We as parliamentarians can provide that voice, and we can provide the space for those people to be heard, promoting the right to access to quality and affordable healthcare services. And political attention and leadership are critical, developing partnerships across the board. You know, Jean-François was saying that action is needed, and I'm sorry to say, but if you're a member of parliament, you can't wait for somebody to do your job. You are, as someone said, the first line of defense. And so don't wait for anyone. Understand that it is your responsibility to be the leader that the people expect of you, to be the leader that your country needs of you. It is our collective responsibility. And through UNITE, I want you to know that you are not alone and that we are here together. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ricardo, for these great words. And if I have something to add, is that you have the power, you parliamentaries, you have the power to transform the health ecosystem. You have the power to transform the health ecosystem to facilitate the development, to facilitate production and access to health innovation. And so we need that you take that power and make action in your countries, in your government. It's absolutely necessary. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the time for the question. I think we have 50 minutes for the question, and it's opening. Maybe ladies first here. You.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've been listening to the panelists, what have been their interventions. I would want just to start with the last statement from the president here. It's the responsibility for any member of parliament to do what is right, so to say. Yes, it's very important that we take our roles as members of parliament, but I would like just to bring the attention of UNITE that, especially from Africa and Zambia, it's very difficult to stand up and to try and bring something that is so sensible to the executive. For example, the UHC in Zambia, we have the national insurance scheme, which is supposed to be under the Ministry of Health, but the government, the executive just decided to move it to labor, meaning those who are not in form of employment, they cannot be covered. So as much as I would want us as members of parliament to do what we can, I would first want to find out how UNITE can help, especially how they can help us as members from these countries. Secondly, the issue of vaccination. I think I shared with Scott and Bashir. In Zambia at the moment, sometimes we're not even having the ARVs. We are not having medicine. What more of vaccines? So there's that gap. And as UNITE, I think this is what should come to the attention of UNITE and also the would-be important institution like WHO. How can we help members of parliament and these governments to make sure that they don't put things on the paper, but just to be practical? Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take another upcoming. Mr. from Chile, I think. Yeah? You have the floor.
Thank you. I fully agree with Ricardo Batista. Fully agree we have to lead this process. But possibly, I think that there are certain difficulties for Latin American governments to invest in technology. My commission is also on science and technology. Chile is investing 0.8% of the GDP. That's very low. We have to convince our governments that investing in technology is very important. The Commission for Science and Technology that I am part of is the least valued in the country. So it's not just health, but also science and technology. I think that UNITE should also make a meeting or organize a meeting or something with MPs that are involved in this type of commissions on science and technology, not just health, so that we can progress. For instance, some ventilators were developed at home, and no Chilean died for lack of ventilators, which was great. And some companies that were used to print paper bags, then they started to produce face masks. That was also important.
In order that the participants of the panel can give their answer. Okay, after, here.
Thank you so much to the panelists for this insightful presentation. I really appreciated the representative from the communities, Honorable Maureen, just honorable for now, because it gives that human face to the whole narrative, that reality on the ground. It's good that UNITAID is engaging representatives from the communities, but I just wanted to know how institutionalized is the engagement of parliamentarians by UNITAID? What are the processes that you have to engage parliamentarians? I'm a parliamentarian. I have never engaged UNITAID, so I wanted to know practically how it's done. And then secondly, I know that the Global Fund has a replenishment process where the resource mobilize. I heard that you need to raise about 1.5 billion. I wanted to understand what is your public process of resource mobilization and how do parliamentarians fit in and support the work? Because we would want to see UNITAID being capacitated to meet its criteria, its mandate, since we are seeing from Kenya the work that it is doing and we would like more people to benefit. But how do MPs fit themselves in your resource mobilization strategy? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to answer at the first series of questions, or you want to take another questions for you? Maybe we can answer.
If there's, maybe to get all the questions.
To get all the questions? Okay. I'm coming, Mr., and I'm coming. Yeah, but very shortly, because we don't have so many time.
Bien cortito. Lo primero es...
First, I'd like to greet the members of the panel. I fully agree with what Ricardo said. I think that parliamentarians are drivers of change, but we are also, I mean, those of us here are more or less bound to health. It's important to convince in our countries our peers that are not working on health, because us alone we cannot do a lot. We have to work together with our peers. Secondly, I'm in the Commission of Health, Science and Technology. The pandemic has opened the eyes to many parliamentarians that were not in this area to the importance of science and technology. And these are political decisions. These are investment decisions. In Uruguay, invest 0.5% of GDP on science and technology. All candidates said that this was the promise that they made during the elections. Now, after the pandemic, the head of minds have changed. Now, the pandemic left us quite a few lessons, and one is we have to invest more in science and technology. Thank you.
Sure. So the last two questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I want to first of all appreciate the presenters, and I want to in particular thank President Ricardo. His last statements, I think, are very, very encouraging, that we have our duties to take back home and perform, but all the same, we are not alone, that UNITAID is with us. I think, thank you very much. I want to go back to you, my very good friend of UNITAID. When this pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic came, it took almost everybody by surprise. And in my country, Cameroon in particular, we realized that many traditional herbalists came up with a lot of traditional herbs, and we were clamoring towards them because we hadn't, first of all, the vaccine was not there, and there was no clear-cut treatment and things like that. First of all, the treatment became very expensive and all whatnot. And so the traditional doctors came up, and we realized that at a certain point, their drugs were reliable. We were taking them and we were being healed. And so something happened. They came back to us and said, okay, now, here we are. We have been able to come out with what our parents taught us, but how do we move forward? And when they came to us, the parliamentarians, we met the government, there was no way out. But yet, people were going to them and they were being cured by those medicines. Now, to this moment, we are still wondering what we have to do to these people who came up with these traditional healing herbs. And today you are talking of equitable access to health innovation. What can you do, or how can you help parliamentarians? In Africa, these drugs came up. How can you help parliamentarians in these countries through maybe Unite to see what we can do to improve on these traditional medicines so that they can also become innovative? They are very, very useful. What have you in mind, or do you have any program towards that? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We start with ladies and we'll finish with ladies. So,
thank you very much. My question is directed at Mr. Abafia. I want to applaud UNITAID for the great efforts you are making in developing tools and technology to improve health service delivery globally. But my question is, do you have a role in the distribution of these tools and technologies, especially as the most vulnerable people do not get access to them and at the right time? If not, what can you do to resolve the situation? Thank you very much.
thank you. Very short question, as usually from ladies. So now we have so many time, little bit time to answer. Who want to start? Maybe Mr.
I'm happy to kick off. I'm not sure I can cover the full breadth or do justice to some of the questions are very complex, but let me try and give some overarching responses. On the question of what steps are being taken to reach the funding target of 1.5 billion, I think it's very important as we develop a strategy around resource mobilization that we leverage our partnerships. UNITAID is a headquartered organization in Geneva with 120 people. Without partnerships, we are not going to have the impact that we need. And so for us, partnerships are one of the three core tenets of our raison d'etre and our way of working. And UNITE is one of the key partners, and especially when we're talking about working with parliamentarians. We are actually in discussions to be more systematic in our collaboration with UNITE. And that's because 2023 is going to be a massive year for global health. Japan assumes the presidency of the G7. They have made it clear that universal health coverage is going to be their key priority. India is taking over the presidency of the G20. Equitable access to health tools is going to be a priority. We have a high-level meeting at the UN General Assembly next year on universal health coverage. We have high-level meetings on tuberculosis, on pandemic preparedness and response as well. And for us, parliamentarians have to be a key driver for the change that we want to see. Ricardo spoke very eloquently about your role in policy, innovation, and access. For us, the parliamentarians are there to amplify the voices of those with unmet health needs, to make sure that the innovations are not supply-driven, but actually we listen to patients, we listen to communities, we find out what the needs are. We also acknowledge that one size will not fit all. Take HIV self-testing. This was something that people were very skeptical about because our responses to HIV are very medicalized. And people were not sure that you could do a swab at home and that it would have a big impact on the AIDS response. First of all, it was very expensive. It was $40 for an HIV self-test a few years ago. We were able to bring 6 manufacturers into that market, and the price is now $1.79. 30 million HIV self-tests are projected to be used. And that's the power of, first of all, evidence, and then also making sure that we have tools that are appropriate for people and we meet people where their needs are. Second one, I think, is the criticality of making sure, advocating for global health funding and also for domestic resource allocation. I think that's a key role of parliamentarians. Third one is to share the lessons from previous pandemic responses, including COVID-19. When we saw that certain large manufacturers closed their borders and there was an export ban for vaccines, that had a massive impact on many of our countries. We cannot keep the model where we concentrate manufacture and distribution of technologies in a handful of countries. So driving a domestic and regional manufacturing agenda and advocating for that is another key role of parliamentarians. And then finally, I would say it's really also important to continue to work in close partnership with communities, with NGOs, your stakeholders, as Ricardo said very well, because you are the amplifiers of the voices that should be driving the decisions of global health actors and not the other way around. I could go on, but I won't in the interest of time.
Yeah, thank you. We have only 3 minutes to stop our panel. Maybe you can answer and give a last message before the end of the panel. Maureen? In 1 minute, please.
Well, I just call on all members of parliament to join hands and partnership with UNITAID so that we can accelerate the access to innovation for our people.
Thank you.
So, answering all the questions on how to solve the problems of global health in 1 minute. I'll try to do that. I really appreciate the question. I won't answer individually for the sake of time, since we have the Minister of Health from Portugal who's coming immediately after this session. But I appreciate the question coming from Zambia, in a way interconnected with the question from Zimbabwe and Cameroon, which I would like to say, when it comes to Unite and the way Unite can support your work, please, if you have a concrete request or need, reach out to us. We may not have the resources or the response immediately, but we do, being a network, it's not just a network among ourselves as parliamentarians, it is a network with our partners. So sometimes we can provide the connection that is needed. As was mentioned by our honorable colleague from Zimbabwe, unaware of how UNITAID can connect with parliamentarians, we can potentially be that bridge. And so we are here, and please feel free to reach out. The second issue that was risen, which I think is very important, was mainly from Chile and Uruguay, on how the fact that many times being a network for global health, we are mainly healthcare practitioners or very much biased towards health. But the truth is we are a non-partisan organization, so we try to bring people from different parties, but we also are agnostic when it comes to what committees our members come from. And we actually see it as very important to have people from the Agricultural Committee, from the Economic Affairs Committee, from the Educational Committee, from the Finance Committee. And so this is something that when you identify colleagues from other parties or from other committees, you were talking about science and technology, the Science and Technology Committee, those discussions are extremely important. We need to solve these cross-cutting issues, bringing in together, and the multiple determinants of health depend on our actions and working in all of policy and all of government. And this depends on our capacity to attract. And just to say that Unite has joined hands with the parliamentary network of the World Bank and IMF, and we have created the International Forum for Global Health, which is an umbrella organization of 12 parliamentary networks. Through this, we are able to reach more than 2,000 parliamentarians. And so we have the tools. We're still starting. We're at the beginning, but we can grow together to achieve health for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. To finish, let me congratulate the participants of this panel and give you one last message before taking my flight to Paris, coming back to Paris. Action, action, and action. Muito obrigado. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, and muchas gracias.
I'm just going to welcome the minister, and he'll be stepping in very shortly. If we could kindly just wait 1 minute in the room, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for staying. We have a very special treat now as we end our morning meetings. As we are going to, we have in the room, I've welcomed a very good friend, our Minister of Health, Dr. Manuel Pizarro, who I must say was inaugurated as the Minister of Health very recently, actually, about 2 months ago, more or less. Before that, having taken the role of member of the European Parliament, and we are not from the same party, which has led sometimes to very interesting debates between us. But I would say that on global health matters, we've been able to join hands.
We will try to behave properly.
We'll do our best, at least here. And the minister, when as a member of the European Parliament, had accepted to become a member of the Unite Network. And so this is a very good example. As we were talking before, the importance of being nonpartisan, of creating bridges across the aisle. Minister Manuel Pizarro is a doctor by training, having maintained a clinical activity throughout his political career, has taken the role of Secretary of State. We were colleagues in the Health Committee here in this Parliament, in our national Parliament, and as I said, member of the European Parliament, was also a mayoral candidate for Porto, and having served also as a city councillor. So a very broad experience when it comes to healthcare, to European policy, and now with this tremendous challenge of being Minister of Health. And so we are very grateful as representatives of the Unite Network, which today is in more than 90 countries. We have 30 parliamentarians from around the world here today in person. We have nearly 500 people watching us across the world online. And we are very grateful that the minister has found time to say a few words. And so thank you. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Ricardo, for your kind invitation. For me, it's almost an obligation to come to a Unite Network, to a meeting organized here in Lisbon, in Portugal, because as Ricardo has stated, I consider myself member of your coalition. I inscribed there for his kind invitation when I was member of the European Parliament, and I continue to look after your activity and your important action in favor of the global health. Thank you for your, I will do my speech in Portuguese, trying to be more faithful to the ability to communicate. Thank you very much. Bem, em primeiro lugar, eu queria naturalmente.
First and foremost, I'd like to greet all those who are here. And I'd like to thank United for this forum. Talking about global health and linking SDGs with global health is key. We all know that in a world that's more and more globalized, it's important from all points of view, from the point of view of health and from the standpoint of human rights. It's important to ensure access to quality healthcare and to promote everyone's well-being at any age. For all those who are more linked to the health sector because they work there or because their political activity is in the field of healthcare, they've been active for a long time. But this unexpected pandemic made it clearer for everyone, for decision makers, for everyone, made it clear that it was necessary to have an agenda geared towards global health. It's clear that we need sturdy healthcare systems that are flexible as well. We need people who are technically skilled, but we also need to ensure that they are motivated. And the fact is that the pandemic brought to the fore many things, many of the gaps or many of the items, the points that were identified but were not given proper attention. And one of them may be the inequalities when it comes to access to healthcare. And even in the context of the pandemic, just look at the global distribution of vaccination. and will understand how these inequalities are far from being a thing of the past. Portugal is exemplary in matters of the vaccine against COVID-19, but as vaccines as a whole. As you know, the WHO has not yet declared the pandemic extinct, nor can any politician pronounce that. But we are all aware that we're at a stage of transition. Talk about the pandemic today doesn't mean the same as it did 2 years ago. And we're all suffering from pandemic fatigue. Everyone is tired. This healthcare debate has been centered around the pandemic. But truth be told, even in this context, our campaign in Portugal, our vaccination campaign in Portugal has been very successful. As of yesterday, and we're talking about this booster, the fall booster, we had 2.6 million people have received their booster shot, and we want it to be 3 million by the end of the year. So we're on track for another tremendous success. Last week, I was called in to get my booster shot. This means I'm over 50. And I was able to see how committed our healthcare professionals are. And I'm talking about nurses now, because they're in the front lines of the vaccination effort. And they made it possible to pull out the largest vaccination campaign ever in Portugal. It was pulled off in a successful manner. And I'd like to thank all of them, because this campaign is part of what I just said. It's part of keeping our healthcare professionals motivated, especially after these 2 years of working so hard. But I'd like to point something out. When it comes to health, we need long-term strategies. Short-term strategies don't produce the desired effect. In Portugal, there's not a lot of vaccine hesitation, and this is because we have a national vaccine plan that was launched before we had a democratic state. In the mid-1960s, we launched our national vaccination program. It was the polio vaccine, and even under conditions where we did not have a social state, it was a fascist dictatorship. But even so, in 1965, we vaccinated 3 million children over 3 years. And therefore the country was open to the idea that sturdier scientific knowledge and community engagement are the path towards the promotion of health. Continuity over time is key to be successful in terms of health strategies. And let me carry on talking about the vaccines, because this is an important topic. Some countries don't have access to vaccines, and other countries, there's more and more vaccine hesitation, and it's up to us to fight this approach to science, to progress, and to people who fight the vaccination campaigns. As you know, it's estimated that vaccines against COVID-19 spared 20 million lives all over the world. We know that in Portugal, we were spared about 12,000. We saved 12,000 lives, and were spared a few million infections. And this is a lowball number. we know that taking the vaccine or not taking the vaccine can make a difference, whichever country you're in. But we have already donated over 8 million vaccines through COVAX. But the fact is that inequalities remain, and I approached them earlier on. We know that some countries, only 20% of the people were able to get their shots. And I think politicians should look closely at this, because when faced with the toughest pandemic of our days, the third decade of the 21st century, there are still countries where the vaccination rate is below 20% or around 20%. And this means that something is not working properly in the global multilateral sector, and this should lead us all to reflect and take a stand. In Western Europe, we're now destroying millions of doses of vaccines. We know that in Portugal, we don't have to destroy them because we use up what we have, but some countries are destroying 40% of the doses they purchased, whereas other countries didn't have the opportunity to vaccinate their people. And this is just an introduction to discuss what they asked me to talk about. How can we introduce health care as a priority in all sectors? How can we move from a generous but rather evident idea to a practical stand? And how do we do this during a health crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic? I've often said, and sometimes while politically opposing Ricardo when discussing the budget for 2003, I don't know a single Portuguese person who thinks we should invest more in health. Everybody says so. But also see that people, many people who are more informed, understand the need to invest more in health. But having said that, I've never met anyone who asked me to pay higher taxes. And this means that we ourselves can have different stands depending on whether we're citizens, we're taxpayers, decision makers. We can all look at problems differently, even if there's only one of us. But the issue here is, how can we as a society turn health into a priority policy in a context, in a budgetary context that is very limited, always limited. But the pandemic helped, made it clearer to many people that without health there is no economy. Because when we had to go into lockdown, our economy screeched to a halt and the world went into a recession. Without health there is no economy. And so we should look at our health expenditure as an investment. Healthier people produce more, healthier people will have fewer handicaps, and there will be lower social costs. If there's better health care, people's results at school or college will be better. And there are many elements of the health investment must be analyzed. There's healthier aging with a lower impact on our social security service. But how can we turn all of this that we know, that we've researched, that have been peer reviewed, how can we turn this into something that can be used in our political dialogue? How can we impact the decision makers who allocate resources? How can we reach out to citizens so that they know where their taxpayer euros go. These are very tough metrics. They're very hard to translate into our daily lives. But it's us politicians who need to educate people. In Portugal, looking back, we can see that over the past decades, we've stood on the shoulders of giants. António Arnaud from the Socialist Party, who helped create the National Health Service with universal coverage, of a doctor of Ricardo's party, Batista Leite, a social democrat, Dr. Alvin Oroz, who promoted the policies for mother and child policies. They're the cornerstones of our healthcare system. But let's not just look to the past. Let's see what our stance is towards the future. In my team, for the first time, there's a Secretary of State for the promotion of health. Because this is a main topic and we must invest in the long run. If it's true that health policies must look towards the future, but the promotion of health is definitely a long-term thing. We're leaving behind the old approach to epidemics. We're moving on from a world where the greatest problem were infectious diseases to a world where the greatest problem is non-communicable diseases. But nowadays, we have dramatic weight of non-communicable diseases, overweight, excessive weight, hypertension, diabetes, smoking, and so on. And they meet the dangers of infectious diseases. And we in the Western world, maybe arrogantly, we thought that infectious diseases were a thing of the past. But it's clear to see nowadays, and it was clear from HIV/AIDS, and now the new COVID-19 pandemic, we're watching a resurgence of other diseases, and communicable diseases are not a thing of the past. We need to live with them and deal with them. So we need a very strong agenda to promote health and health literacy. We need to move this literacy, we need to move this to schools and teach younger kids. Because the hardest thing to change is a behavior. And we need to mold our behaviors when we're young, but we need to talk to economic agents as well. We had a very successful experience. We had a protocol, several bodies in the food distribution sector, and this led to, between 2018 and 2021, we were able to take from our shelves, our supermarket shelves, products that were easily and generally accessed, like cookies, cereal, and snacks. Over these 4 years, we removed 26 tons of salt and 60. I'm sorry, says the speaker. 126 tons of sugar. And we did this by creating taxes on products with too much sugar, and we had to deal with the industry to reduce the salt content in bread, and this led to a reduction in the consumption of 11%, approximately 11% in the consumption of salt and sugar. And this all means an investment, a long-term investment in health. I'd like to draw your attention to the response to climate change. This is also a key topic. It has it impacts our health. There's no vision for health that doesn't include climate change. In Europe alone, exposure to pollution means hundreds of thousands of premature deaths. And these numbers are growing. The UN estimates that 1 out of 4 deaths in the world is related to environmental hazards. And this should be food for thought. Fighting climate change must involve all of us. And as we risk disrupting our own habitats, and because we risk destabilizing ecosystems, and there's plenty has been written about the impact that ecosystem disruption can have on infectious diseases. And a case study is the Ebola virus in African countries, but there are other risks that show a direct link between disrupting ecosystem and communicable diseases. We also need to think on the consequences of climate change in increasing poverty, food insecurity, the risks of diseases in other parts of the world. Just look at the spread of mosquitoes that spread diseases like dengue fever or malaria, and they're migrating to other areas. In Portugal, we had malaria up to the 1950s. It's been eradicated because we were able to eradicate the mosquito that was the vector of this parasite. But we're seeing this mosquito again in Portugal. And this is another display of the risks we have. There's another thing that's absent from the political dialogue. Our carbon footprint plays a role in the health sector. We've created a pattern of using single-use devices. The health sector also should look at this, because the health sector should be greener and greener, and we need to discuss this. We need to discuss the health sector and how to make the health sector greener and help fight climate change. The main principle we have I think that health should be at the center of policies all over the world. We've had some good examples in Portugal that need looking at. We have a program called Healthy Neighborhoods. It's a community outreach program with small projects, and the goal is to promote health and life and quality of life of communities in underprivileged areas. And we need to talk to associations, civil society organizations, involving also local power and health authorities. It's been a very successful program. There are already 242 projects under the scope of the Healthy Neighborhood. We're also in Portugal decentralizing. We're moving something that was exclusive responsibility of the central state to local authorities, because the involvement of local people, local authorities is key to legitimizing health policies. The government program puts high value on health issues, and it highlights major risks, promoting healthy food, fighting obesity and excessive weight, fight smoking, fighting too much alcohol. All of this is essential. When you look at the things that threaten most the Portuguese people, they relate to behavioral aspects. For decades we've fought smoking. There have been laws against smoking, and 1 out of 4 adult Portuguese still smokes. So there's something very complex here. We cannot translate political knowledge and political action into a behavior that can be accepted or replicated by people. One of our major lines is also to articulate the sectors of political activity. Social action is very important. Agriculture and environment, everything must work together to establish a healthcare policy. In the antimicrobial resistance, for instance, this is a major problem in Portugal and elsewhere. Infections that are generated within the healthcare system is a serious problem. We've seen some improvement, but it's only mild improvement, and it's still a major threat. Generalized use of antimicrobial agents in animal production is a threat to their efficiency and efficacy within the healthcare system. I'd also like to talk about communication. And this seems very important. If you want to have a global and successful health policy, if we want this health policy to be a part of every aspect of public policies, we need partnerships. We need to have political dialogue. We need to have policies that can be projected into the long run. But how can we do that unless we reach across the aisle? Since the early 90s, we've been very consistent when it comes to maternal health. This means that these tenets of these policies have been absorbed by our political agents. Of course, there are details that are different, but there's, generally speaking, a broad commitment. We need to mobilize the healthcare professionals. There can be no healthcare policy, no healthcare literacy without involving the healthcare professionals, because they have the knowledge and also the wherewithal to influence our civil society. And we need them to convince people. And this is also something we learned from the pandemic, or something that was highlighted by the pandemic. We need a communication language that is simple and that can be absorbed by our people. More and more, we have people who work in this field. They're specialists, and they speak, sometimes it seems like they speak in tongues. The way they explain things, the words they use, only major experts with deep technical knowledge can understand that, and then we need more than that. Because beating the health challenges in the 21st century demands having the public opinion on your side, but also demands that every citizen, that every person, that every family and the community is engaged. And this can only happen if people understand what's behind healthcare, the measures that are taken, so they can be an active agent for change. More than just receiving political guidance, we need that when it comes to health. Citizens are themselves agents for their health, for the health of community, and I think that this is also a challenge for us. We need to have resilient and effective healthcare systems. We think that the whole community should look at health as a priority that demands daily care and daily work. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. If you allow me, I will just quickly provide an important update for the remainder of this of today, for this third day of the summit. So the panel sessions and discussions will continue. However, they will not continue in this location. We must say goodbye to the beautiful Senate room that we have so generously been welcomed into by President Silva. So we will continue the rest of the afternoon in the Museum of Water, Museo de Agua. And so there are buses outside waiting to transport to you. So please, if you could follow my colleagues from Unite. And once more, we will not be coming back to the Parliament. We will not be coming back here. The sessions and conference are done at the Parliament. Everything will be at the... Take a picture together. I think that's a nice idea. Thank you so much.